your power to somehow still make the win, if that makes sense, right? So from what we look at nowadays, when it comes to military, it's kind of perfectly set up. Like literally, if there would be a mass invasion, aliens, quote unquote, which is actually the returning of the Messiah, they have all the stuff that they need to fight against them, like it has been prophesied in the Revelation. Like the cards are perfectly laid out, if that makes sense, to what is written within Scripture. And I wish people would see this, because maybe that would be something that brings people closer into reading about this, not just reading, you don't need to believe it, but if you read it, it's literally what you see in reality coming together,
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
If you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add that, it's in the realm of possibilities that Hasatan is so sociopathic, right? Psychopathic, narcissistic, that possibly he's in denial, right? And he really thinks that he has a possible chance to defeating the creator of all things, right? There's a possibility that he is that maniacal in his head, that he's convinced in his pride, right? And his boastfulness that he possibly has a chance. But I don't know if that's the case. I think maybe that he just wants to take the whole ship down with him. He knows he's gonna burn. He knows he's going down. He, like you said, he just wants to take the whole ship with him.
Yeah, right. I mean,
He's salty. He's bitter.
What would be the easiest way to kill as much people and bring them to the same path as him? Would be actually uniting all military and going against the Messiah, because he knows the Messiah is going to come back and is going to destroy everything, if that makes sense, right? Burn this place.
And
to
I
make
also
war.
wanted to say that real quick, that chapter 13 of Second Ezra has a fascinating account of what is literally talks about an alien invasion, right? Except the aliens in this case is the Son or Messiah, the angels and the saints coming to earth, right? There's a kingdom that's coming to earth. It's going to be like a giant mountain moving towards the earth. You can call it Planet X, Nibiru, whatever, the destroyer. But this mass that will come towards the earth, as it starts making its progress, everybody's going to witness it. The whole earth will witness it. Chapter 13 of Second Ezra says that during this time period, it will be at a pinnacle point in the future where all the nations of the earth will be at war. So there's going to be a world war going on, right? And all the armies of the world are going to redirect their energy, and instead of focusing on each other's slaughter, they're going to redirect it towards this incoming invasion that the whole world is going to think is the enemy.
Amen.
And for their sakes, it is the enemy. But for the righteous, it is a blessing and a long-awaited time that everybody waits. Everybody longs for the return of the Messiah. And Hollywood's already portraying this in a way that they will be the enemy. They will be considered the enemy of mankind. These invaders that come to destroy the earth.
I mean, if you look at how Hollywood has made all these movies in the past about UFOs and all these huge motherships, if you look at the description of heavenly angels, right, of chariots and so forth, all the stuff that I don't want to call that stuff. I'm sorry. All these wonderful beings that the Most High has created that will come down with him, right? That people will be so deceived, people of this day and age today, who have no knowledge about this, they literally think it's just aliens, And just like you described, yes, all the military will go against. I had visions about this, about not to be honest, not about his return with however it would look like. I have no clue how it would look like. I had a vision of being of like beams of light, and I would float up to the I would float up over the tops of the trees. That's one vision that is very vivid in my mind. And another vision is me running out of my house and seeing Russian and American fighter jets. And there's a American military base very close to where I live, flying over my house. And well, in this scenario, I think the American, I know a lot about planes, so it was definitely an American jet against a Russian jet. So yeah, maybe that was a little view inside of what is going to happen before his return. And then I had a vision after the whole world was burned. So it was completely quiet and there was no sound. And I was walking down the street, you know, and left and right to me was just normal family houses completely burned down. And I saw like, you know, like literally only skeletons left in front of the yard of these houses. The weird thing about it is, though, I know that this was a vision from the Most High because it was so peaceful. It was like equivalent to you laying laying on the beach with the waves going, everything beautiful. It just was peaceful. It was like as if finally the earth was clean. I just can't describe it another way. I mean, with the normal eye, it's horrific to think about it. But from the experience I had literally walking down this road, seeing these houses burn left and right, seeing all these burned bodies, it was peaceful. It was like everything came to a rest. I'm sorry if that sounds crazy to you, whoever might be listening thinks this dude is crazy, but it's just the vision I had. I cannot describe it any other way. Anyways, that's what I wanted to share.
Thanks for sharing that, Clay. I thought it was interesting, bro.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. But the thing is, you know, both visions kind of show before and after, but there has never been a vision where I see anything regarding heavenly stuff, you know, not him, not any chariots, not anything flying in the sky. It's just, you know, these three visions that I had so far. From me floating over.
I mean,
Huh?
when you say vision, are you saying a vision is something that happens when you're awake, right? They could be open eyed. You could have your eyes open and still be experiencing. Okay, a dream is more accurate if you're asleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
all right.
yes, I was
Because people
asleep.
have
I was
had
asleep.
Visions. I've never had a vision. I've never had open-eyed visuals where that just came to me. But I know believers that I know aren't lying that had visions. I haven't been blessed to receive visions, but I have many dreams. And I don't consider myself anything special. Everybody has dreams. But your dreams, if you have a connection with the Creator, your dream can have significance. Not all just random.
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a robot going, Lion.
I also never had a vision. Sorry. Then that was my faults with my, you know, sometimes English German kind of barrier. It was all for me being asleep in a dream. But it just when you wake up, you just know that it is from the Lord, because when I normally dream, I don't remember most of the dreams, so I can't tell you what I dreamed last night. But with these four things I explained, it's just as if it's like a like a video on a CD or something that you can keep on playing on repeat, and you see all within that dream, all the stuff perfectly, like as if I have seen it with my own eyes, if that makes sense, right? Like as if you remember something that happened 2 years ago, a beautiful thing that happened while you're on vacation with your family and whatnot. It's the same with these dreams, as if I've experienced them, so I can really relook at the pictures, if that makes sense. I don't know. I just know it's from him, you know, and all praise to him.
There's a phenomenon that explains the dreams that you could remember.
100%. You know, the thing is, man has always come up with an explanation for everything. You know, which is sometimes very good, but sometimes it can be also very deceiving. You know, we
Clay,
have. Huh?
I think they're gonna bring. I think they're gonna say that there's aliens or whatever, and I think those are gonna be the ones that implement the mark and all that stuff and unite humanity to fight against a bigger, badder alien that's coming.
Well, that could be even yeah. That's something I never thought about. This makes actually even more sense. They do a fake invasion to unite everyone to take the mark of the. I mean, there's still before he returns. There's a lot of stuff that yet to happen. And I'm not the secretary of the creator. Maybe I will be not even alive if this happens. Who knows? Maybe this is just things he shows me as a wake up call or like something to as a testimony to others. We all testify with as a witness with the spirit that has been given unto us. All to the glory of him. I say nothing in here if it's not for the glory of him. He gets all the glory. I'm nothing. I'm just a tool as I've always been, and I'm in love with being a tool for the Most High, and even a fool in the eyes of the world. It brings me joy. It brings me a lot of joy. He gets all the glory. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying, is there any tests that I could do to like determine when like I'm receiving information from God versus like when my brain is just working?
No. See, again, I wish I could make you be able to understand this, but the Bible says these kind of things need to be spiritually concerned. And I think what is important.
Hold on, let me answer him.
Yes.
You obviously can't answer. So let me answer him. So that's a valid question because many people believe that their dreams are inspired, and a lot of people are deceived because of that. And there's actually a lot of scriptural warning to try to dissuade people from believing that all their dreams are from the Most High, right? And some dreams might seem like they're from the Most High, but they're not. And that's why you have to pray about it and confirm it with the Creator. Once it's confirmed, right, through a request, and that could be a matter of different ways. But one example is Gideon. What happened?
Well, I'll just say, how do I confirm it though?
So you'd have to ask for a special request, a personal request. Like if you want to confirm the dream that's from Yah, you could be like, well, if the dream is from you, Yahuwah, have my daughter walk through the door in 5 minutes, right? And if in 5 minutes your daughter walks through the door, then you know it's from the Creator. That's just, and then if you don't believe it still, do another request and be like, well, yeah, if this dream is from you, then have my ex text me, right, saying good afternoon or something like whatever. It could be anything. Think of a request, and then if it happens, then it's a second witness and a second confirmation that the dream that you received is from the Creator.
But are there some requests that are like not good requests? Like, let's say I'm an amputee and my left arm's cut off. If I'm like, hey God, if that's from you, just regrow my left arm. Would that be inappropriate?
Yeah, you'd have to humble yourself. Yeah, you have to humble yourself before you can't come at it ego like that.
But people could always say that it was just, they would reduce it to probabilities and analyticals, right? So like, oh, well, yeah, but the second request just happened to also happen by coincidence. It's in the realm of coincidence, you know what I mean? So they kind of reduce it to just pure coincidence.
So, but how do I know, like, if like what I asked is, like what you're saying, a coincidence or not? Because like we don't really see like any like exceptional confirmations. You know what I mean? It's always just like normal things that just like normally happen.
So the Creator is extremely merciful, and he might fulfill numerous requests. So I mean, I wouldn't push myself, because then if the Creator thinks that you lack faith, he's gonna just stop responding, right? So I can't speak for the creator, but I know his character, and he is very merciful. So he might request 3 or 4 requests, you asking for confirmation of a dream, but I wouldn't push it. You know what I'm saying? Because then at that point you're just. But you can tell because there's scriptural precedence for this. When Gideon, he didn't know if the messages he was receiving were from the creator. I suggest you. I don't remember all the details, but he was asking for the creator to basically. He had a wet cloth or fabric, and he would ask the creator to make it dry, to confirm it, and the creator would make it dry, like fast.
Yeah, like he placed it on the ground, and the morning dew wouldn't make
dry
it
very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been so long since I read that story, but yeah. And he asked like a ton of times, bro. I was like, wow, like how many times are you gonna ask it? You just got the answer already.
You know what the wonderful thing is about the creator? The more I let go of who I am and what I think I should do or be, or what not ought to be, or what people think about me, the more he blesses me with joy and happiness and just the feeling of fullness, if that makes sense, right? The more I let go of myself into laying myself into his hands, that he is the meaning, that he gets all the glory, that he is everything, that is literally life, you know. Everything about him is what makes life actually life. The more you feel alive. I don't know how to explain it. It is so hard to put into words because it will never give the justification to it, experience it yourself, if that makes sense.
Yep, others that have it understand for sure. I got you, Clay.
He's just such a. There's no word to describe what this creator is in terms of just unbelievably wonderful. Just so good, so he loves us so much, you know. He really wants all the best for us, you know. Sometimes there will be, you know, things that happen where we think, you know, why is it happening? But when he clears it up and shows you why certain things needed to happen this way, in order for you to be at this point now, you're just even praising him even more, and you realize how high and wonderful he is, how big he is, you know, how he has everything under his eye, in his control, if that makes sense. Sorry, eyes. Like, there's so much stuff that happened in my life when I think about it, how still every day, how he is doing things, he is even using unbelievers sometimes to do things. It's just wonderful, you know. I don't need to worry about anything. Nothing. Imagine waking up and there's nothing to worry about. It's so nice. I don't care what I'm gonna wear tomorrow. I just know there's something I'm gonna wear tomorrow. Or what I eat, or what I do, or what will happen. It's just it's literally fun. You feel like a child.
Have you guys ever heard of Anthony Magnabosco on YouTube?
No. Who's that?
He goes over what's called street epistemology, and he kind of goes over like some of the prayer stuff. I think I remember. It's been a long time since I watched it. I'll have to dig it up.
Mm-hmm. I just pray that everyone in here will receive whatever is needed in order to, you know, experience the gift of life that we all have been given to its fullness, and have a relationship. If it's his will, not mine. I'm not praying this because I want any will of mine to be fulfilled, but everything that he wants to have fulfilled shall be fulfilled. In Yeshua's name, amen.
Amen, brother.
Because so many times I pray and I don't realize that I'm actually trying to pray for things that I want to be working this or that way, but actually it should be the other way around. I want, if it's your will that this might be granted, you know, that I might have health or whatever it might be, then so be it. But I don't want to, you know, intersect with my will or what I wish for. I mean, I can talk about it, I can even mention it, that's not a problem. But I don't, you know, at the end it's always his, I always 100%ly want him to be the one to do what he thinks is right.
Well, listen, if you want true gifts, give them away. Whatever you got, give it away. And then you'll get a version of that back. It'll just, this is how it goes.
That's true. That's true, I agree, amen. What you will sow, it's what you will reap. If that's the right terms in English. Was du säst, das wirst du ernten. Is what it is in German.
It sounds way cooler in German.
I just recently saw, I don't know if it's real, but if so, praise to the Most High. I saw a video of a man who planted a lemon tree, and he, you know, make a long story short, he stick to the Bible when it talks about, you know, after a certain period of years you give the first fruit to the Most High, the best ones. That's what he did. He wrote the first fruit on it and put it into like a offering sack or whatnot for the Most High. And then the next year when he got, or since then, the lemon trees only produces like huge mutant lemons. Like extremely big lemons. Maybe I find the video and post it in here. It's so cool. I don't know if it's true, you know. If so, you know, Most High, all the praise to the Most High.
Yeah, man, if you send the right energy towards things, especially plants and, you know, I guess organic creatures, although if you ask a materialist, that they'll either say everything's alive or nothing's alive or what Jesus, whatever at that point. But yeah, everything's got that. So you put the right intention in, and it'll work out. It's genuine. Got to be genuine. So the whole God thing, in my opinion, comes from a really good place in people's hearts. So it seems to work pretty well most of the time for a lot of people who seem to be genuine in their approach to life, right? They're trying to be honest as possible. There's no coincidence there that the God stuff also works for them.
But yeah, I truly think that he also uses the unbeliever for many things, you know. I mean, for structure and so forth. I mean,
yeah, that's what my dad used to say to me. He would say that he'd say something. See, he was a preacher. He'd say it all, you know, poetic and nice, but he'd say something like, you know, the Lord knows how to use everyone in their own heart, in their own way, or some. See, I butchered it, but he had his way of saying it.
yeah, well, it's all his, right? If you create men, it's all yours. Well, we haven't created men, so belongs all to one.
Yeah, I mean, I'll worship things like love. I'll worship a concept if it's something like that, like love. It'll get my. I don't know about like praying to love. I don't know about that, but like I said, if you want something, you also want it for your fellow man. So go give it to them. Whether or not you get it back, that's not the hope. The hope is they have it. You see them enjoy it, and if you get any piece of it backwards towards you, as a good response, then great. If you don't, great. Who cares? Just keep doing that. Don't make it a personal gain thing. The other day, my wife, we were coming up on somebody who needed some help, and standing out there with a sign and their kids. Oh no, it was a guy and his dog. His dog was all messed up. The paw was all messed up. Anyway, so
Wait,
I'm looking in my wallet. I'm looking in my wallet for like $1, $2, $3, and then she pulls out a 20, and I'm like, no shit. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're gonna give him a 20, that's great. So we gave him $20. So hopefully his dog can get the help he needs.
That's wonderful.
It's like if you don't do it because no, I'm looking for 1s, 2s, 5s, right? She just immediately went to, the biggest one she had. And I was like, someone who just wants to improve everyone's situation acts like that. Not to say that I wasn't trying to help too, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's if you want to worship something, it's, I guess, that kind of behavior. Dare I say worship a plot of behavior patterns, but I don't know how else to put it.
I wish you wouldn't have told me what you did. So it's just a secret between you and your wife, but maybe there's a reason why you share this, because it's very important. Yes, we should.
Everyone needs to hear about stuff like that. No, it's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. What an easy way to give a real world example of what you're saying is like, how everyone's at their job striving for a raise. Well, just help them get the raise. Don't worry about you getting the raise, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if at work you're working on a project with somebody and maybe they're up for a raise, right? Well, don't try to outwork them or outdo them. That probably won't work out for you, because that's not in good faith. How about you both try to improve the situation as best you can? Maybe help them out just out of nowhere. Just help them out a little more than they're helping you. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't make it too obvious, but you never know how that's going to come back to you. And it's not because you're like, oh, I want that promotion more than him. It's not specifically about that. The goal is, in the first place, to fall in love with the project, get the project done, and be your best because of that you want to be your best. And it like a lot of times it pays off, a lot of times it doesn't. But in my opinion, more often than not, it's going to. That's just how this place works, how it runs itself.
That's right. And if it doesn't all work out, that there's rewards waiting around. That wasn't the purpose of doing it in the first place. Exactly. Yeah.
And I think about this too, all the positive things that happen that don't come back to me, right? Because there's probably, I don't know if I'm never truly affected, because like this place is so big, right? If I kick a rock over here, is that really going to matter in a million years somewhere else in the world? Like, I just don't think so, but I don't know. But at the same time, I affect what I can. I don't know where I was going with that.
Isn't the greatest thing actually not even that you will 100% get back what you have did, but isn't the already what you're getting back? I think when you help your fellow man, your fellow brother or sister, who you actually never seen in life before, for example, I think the very moment you have helped them and having that feeling, I think that's already like something you can never pay for, if that makes sense, right?
Absolutely. That's real shit, real life stuff.
So that's already like, already the what you get back, so to say. But then getting, for me, the double amount for getting back is not even having this wonderful feeling that you helped your fellow man. Is that you 100% will get it back in a different way, double the time. So you can then again give away and do it triple the time and so forth, if that makes sense.
Yeah, man, it's like, it would be boring if it was like I give guy $5 on the street and then in a week in the mail I get $5. Like, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, exactly. That would be very boring, and yeah.
Yeah, and that's not how it works. Like, and it's not, there's no scale to it. Like, maybe my $5 that one day helped that person get on their feet. Maybe they had the energy from a cheeseburger they bought, and they finally had the energy that day to go down to the shelter and start a new life. Like that, and it's $5 or I've given a bunch of money to the same homeless people when I lived in Austin. Some of the same people on the same street corners, and I just couldn't not. It wasn't every day, but like it was a lot of
But
times.
don't tell me this,
I
man.
I knew what they were going to do with it, but I just couldn't see someone suffer like that. Anyway.
Yeah. But please keep it a secret so that the Most High will reward you for it. Okay.
Oh, I don't want reward. That's the other thing, though. Listen, I want everyone to act like that. I want people to do that. I don't care if I get it back. That's not why I do it.
That's the whole
Right,
point.
you're sharing it right now because you want other people. Okay, maybe I'm wrong with what I'm thinking right now.
That's okay. I know where you're coming from. I'm not using this as a belief system. I've seen the results of this kind of work in life. I wanted to be an addiction counselor, so that's where all this is coming from.
But again, I really pray, man, that the Most High, who loves you very much, He really blessed you with this understanding and knowledge, because you see the lack of it in our world. That He will give what is ever needed. And really, all the best to you, man. I really love you, man. Thank you for what you shared.
Yeah, man.
I think that's such a huge point, dude, that you're making sense. It's not for a reward. We just do these things because it's the right thing to do. And in the end, if I'm wrong about everything that I believed, it's okay. I lived an awesome life. I made a lot of people happy. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. It's rewarding itself to live. See, I wake up living with my heart, even if I come down on people. It's tough love, like a big brother or father figure, right? But I only talk about these subjects to people because I love my fellow man. I've said it a million times. People are sick of hearing it. I don't care. That's not the point. The point isn't to give up. Once you start down the path of showing people that they can love each other and know truths and share truths and not be worried about what the next guy thinks, that's meaningful shit. That's life shit.
The strange thing about you is, I know if I would meet you in reality, it's almost like as if I've known you before. Like, it's very weird, but something regarding you, and maybe it's just me feeling this way, but it's like I've known you longer than I know you through Discord, if that makes sense.
Probably, man.
It's
I believe in all the because so if time is a concept, at the very least, time it limits our experience, puts it into chunks. And I don't think this is the only story that this style of energy, you call it the soul, whatever that is, my soul, your soul, whatever branch of energy is doing the thing at the time. I think that we do different incarnations. So we might have known each other in a different adventure tale prior. And I also think that there's so many like energies that are spread all over the world. If there is something that we all share, it's something like the soul. And so there's times where you can make it feel like you've known the person for a long time if you just open up enough to vibe, right? To vibe with their vibration, to really try hard to match up and make a nice, beautiful harmony with that. I think that you can make that comfort level come out of just a good conversation as well.
Well, it's like, you might look at it this way, right? And I have a completely different view. For me, it's like the only source where life comes from is one, right? Is like, for me, is what I believe, the creator, right? There's just things beyond my understanding, which maybe at some point will be revealed to me, but it's just weird how there's something with some people where I instantly connect, and that's something that I like.
Yeah.
It's not, you're not the only one, right?
Right, for sure. I hope not. I hope not.
Maybe it has to do because maybe down the line we're very close when it comes to family tree. Maybe you're within my family tree, and maybe that has something to do. I don't know, man.
Yep.
It's just speculation, very, very much speculation. But it's truly an interesting thing that it exists, right? And there's no, like, maybe someone knows scripture that describes this phenomenon, but maybe it's also me interpreting too much, but I don't know, man. It's very much making life even more interesting. You know that this kind of feeling exists. You know,
Hey, man.
I don't want to say that feelings are reality or that they the truth. You know, they can also be very deceptive. But indeed, they may make a part of life. You know, that's all. You know, and sometimes they
Yeah.
should not be dismissed all the time. You know, sometimes we dismiss our feelings way too often, which is
Oh
also
yeah.
not so
We're
good.
way too dismissive because honestly, we're lazy in our thinking. We think it's I don't have to really consider this right now. So I'm going to mock it or I'm going to appeal to authority or whatever. I don't have time for this. Now, what I was going to say before I forgot it, I met my wife in these talks, in these circles. So it's no coincidence again that energies that are familiar, right, would come together on this platform specifically. I think there's something, for whatever reason, this one's pretty magical, at least for me. You know, and a lot of other folks, even behind the scenes, that they might be keeping it quiet, but they're talking for years and years now, in each other's lives. Obviously Witsit and Kai, all kinds of deals. So it's there's something special happening here in this group, I think, to where it's not just another echo chamber for flat Earth or conspiracy talk or fringe thinking. That's why I keep coming back, because it's like I've found the vein. It's really small. There's only like 100 of us that are really here every day, day in day out, total. Probably not even that. That are coming here because we feel that energy, that there's an openness here. I don't, unless we let it get out of control, but especially these days, it's been really tampered down pretty well, pretty nice, to where people are forced to either be honest adults or not, and then they won't be here. And I remember, I'll stop here. I remember growing up and being in what was it? I don't know. I was 6, 7 years old. They put us into groups, and they had us we all had to lie to each other. One group would lie to each other, and one group would tell the truth. And then one group was the special group that they would randomize whether or not you were supposed to lie to each other, right? And to see how confusing that got. I don't remember the results. It was just fucking crazy to do a workshop like that. And this is public school, right? Back, I don't know, how many years ago? 34 years ago. But we were getting those exercises to see what dishonesty does to any kind of learning or progress, and it was funny. Well, anyway, I won't go on. But the point is, when the honesty there and the truth is flowing, nobody's trying to be biased. They're just going with the information being found and delivered from both sides. It makes for a very nice thing. And I think energies, to be so in la la land about it, woo woo about it, the energies are really nice, in these circles, especially this channel, for development that way, I think. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate it very much.
Lion, I'm really curious what that other thing is besides the coffee cup caustic. Has it come to your mind? Yes.
Oh man. Can I get my headphones? Can I get sorry. What happened with Chike? He's muted.
Oh, shike.
Chike, you ain't got no bond. Sorry, bro. No bail for you.
Anyways, good night, guys. See you later.
Good night, brother.
Night.
What's up, people? Why are you so quiet?
What's up, guys? How we doing? Where'd everyone go?
I'm waiting on you, my man.
Waiting for what?
People,
Chike,
people, people.
Chike, we have two static positions. Okay, the oil rig and the guy on the beach. They're two static positions. The oil rig is clearly getting higher and lower. I mean, there's not even a doubt in anyone's mind. If there's a doubt in your mind, I'm not even talking to you anymore.
Hold on. We need something like this, like at least two positions to take pictures. Let's say there's the base of the stairs there. I don't know, it's about 4 or 5 feet above sea level. And the top of the stairs, I believe it's like 30 feet. And if you can find 100, that would be great. So we will have observation from location A, B, C. Yes, that you can compare them even. You'll be doing trig and pixel counting at no time.
I don't count pixels, baby. That's your game. That's your weird game. I
No,
don't do that.
no.
In the
You will.
meantime, though,
It's your
In the
presentation.
meantime, though, dude, we have pictures from a static position on the beach. We have pictures of a static, and from that static position, they're taking pictures of another static position, the oil rig. Neither of them are moving. The guy on the beach isn't moving. The oil rig does not move. It's a stationary fixed object attached to Earth. It appears to be getting higher and lower over time. So
Sure,
if we're drawing straight
but how
lines
much?
to it, it's irrelevant. If we're drawing straight lines to it, and Earth's a sphere, obviously the radius has to be changing, right?
Yes, but by how much?
Who cares? We have a changing radius. Who gives a fuck by how much? The radius of Earth is changing. That's crazy. We got to let everyone know. Call the newspapers, your radio station.
It's a publicity on you.
What's up?
That's why I want. That's why I want relocation. I want to see. Does it change from location A? Does it change from location B? What about location C? Does it change also? Maybe it's we will see that from location C it never change, or so ever slightly that it's not even worth mentioning. So we know if it changes from 5 feet and doesn't change from 100 feet, then we know that something's going on. That's not really changing, but it's location observer location dependent.
It doesn't matter if we're drawing straight lines from the guy on the beach. If we're drawing straight lines, then you have to have a changing radius. There's no other way. They're fixed positions.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we have that. We already have that.
Where? Show me.
The pictures of the oil rigs, bro. You can see
I don't
one time.
fucking care. I want measurements.
Why are
Without
you
data,
yelling?
I say nothing.
What measurements? Your pixel measurement?
No angles.
For measuring
will
pixels.
come. The pixel will tell her how much is the change.
Yeah, your pixel measurement.
Yes.
You're a pixel measurer.
Pixel equal angle.
Would you say you're a pixel person?
You can say so.
Alright.
I'm a pixel fan.
You're a big fan of pixels?
Mm-hmm. You'll
Yeah.
be big fan of pixels.
I mean, not really. I don't like.
You will say it's kid stuff. Come on, to count pixel on a picture with paint, big deal.
I don't count pixels really. I'm not a pixel counter.
You know how in Hebrew we say it's coming from English. You know,
I'll look at pixels. What's up?
Well, every picture you look at is built out of pixels.
Yeah, I'll look at pixels. I'll pull something and twist something. I ain't bopping nothing though. Anyone with a brain can see that the height of the oil rig is going up, is fluctuating, because in one time you take a picture and it's in one position, another time you take a picture, it's in another position. From the same height. Sometimes it's higher than one oil rig, sometimes it's lower than another oil rig. Sometimes you can't even fucking see it, bro. If we're drawing straight lines to that shit, that's a change in radius, baby. We gotta let the world know, Chike.
Zanik has the auto level? Must have, huh?
We don't need an auto level. We don't need a theodolite. We have the pictures. It's over, Chike.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking. Told you, not talking without data, anything.
We got data. We have the observations.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
We can observe that one time it's higher, one time it's lower, one time you can't even see it.
Mm-hmm. Good luck then.
It don't count unless you count pixels. All right. I'm not interested then.
I'm not interested. Told you.
Oh, you are interested. I'm not interested.
I'm not interested. If I don't have auto level or theodolite, which I don't require, then I have nothing to say.
Okay.
You can say it's moving. That's about it.
We can see it's moving. Yeah, I know. We have a fixed position moving. It must be a changing radius.
Yeah, you on the good days you have changes.
It changes day to day. Yes.
Show me.
A picture of the oil rigs, bro. You've seen them.
Oh no,
If
I
you
need to
haven't seen
see.
them,
I need to see 30 pictures of the oil rig, each in different day, and see that they are changing from day to day.
well, I mean, you can see 2 pictures and see that they've changed over time. Somebody should get out there and do a time lapse, though. That would be neat, like a Skunk Bay time lapse of the oil rigs.
Yeah, right, right. Possible.
Would you still want an auto level measurement if we had?
Yes. Let's see over
Jesus.
auto level how much it changes during the day. Skunk Bay. It won't be like Skunk Bay. I guarantee you, it will be not moving hardly at all. And of course, like I told you, of course, from 7 to 10, it will change, or 11. From 11 to 2 p.m., it will be steady as fuck, and then it will start changing again. So, it's not, if that's the case, it's not really changing. It depends on the hours. And actually, refraction is a thing. And you need to simply, as we know in experiments, you need to take it into account. We will say the truth. Yes. It's not that it will say it looks like it changing. It looks like it changing, yes. And we have the possibilities. It is really changing. Or maybe it's the weather. Or we should look what it is. Nathan, I was on his show today, like listening. He says something. No, nobody measured. Nobody measured. And I said, oh wait. Jeremy has people. It will be measured. Come on, one auto level, and a guy with a camera with a good smartphone. If you have P9, if you have a big camera, it's also good. But best is phone with good camera. We good. Can do us maybe 64K or 50K, 50 gigabyte, 50 gigapixels, sharp image. Though I think 12 megapixels is like classic. Don't need to overdo it. But illumination and stuff, maybe they know how to work the manual, make it as the horizon sharp as possible.
Yo, were you talking to me that whole time?
Yeah, no one else here but you.
I mean, I can't talk to you about this anymore. It's ridiculous. We got fixed positions, 2 fixed positions.
Oh, I
One
heard
of them
you.
appears to be getting higher and lower. Why are you rumpusing me? I just let you do you did like a 5-minute speech just now.
Yeah,
We got to
and
try to chill with the interrupting, Chuck, please.
tell me when you talk with your friends, like you take turns. I say, why you talk over me? No, you talk over
Yeah,
each
I'll
other.
say that
You
shit to
hear each other.
people. I say that shit to people when I'm face to face with them, and there's a couple people. I'm like, yo, why are you over talking? I
Really?
literally will do that. I'll say, why the fuck are you over talking me?
Do you mute them also?
I mean, I'll slap them. I'll slap someone.
Me no.
I do
I
say
can
that
talk
though.
to
What's
I
up?
talk to my friend. I talk to my friends. If they talk over me, we talk over each other. We still hear each other.
I can't even hear what I'm saying when you're talking. You start talking over me, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Well, you need new buds, earbuds.
Well, my earbuds are fine.
No, you can't. You can talk when I'm talking.
Because we're not supposed to be talking when other people are talking.
Yeah, I know. But what? You know what? I was muted, right? When
Now
you
we're
said
just
to mute.
talking about talking now. Now
Listen,
there's nothing. What's up?
I was muted. You know why I was muted?
Were they
Because
bullying you earlier?
the because the people here talk. They don't hear me. I don't exist. I'm thin air. So they talk all day. I try to put inside 2 words. They don't let me. And
Were
what's
they
the
bullying
result?
you earlier?
What's the result? That I'm muted. But don't you
Okay,
worry.
were they?
I have no grudge, no hate for anyone. I don't
Okay,
have
were they
time for
bullying
this.
you earlier?
No, not bullying, but as what do you feel when you try to say something, and something rumpusing you, talking over you, like it continued the conversation. There is a gap. I try to get into it. You hear me talking. Just shut up. Don't listen. Just shut up. They talk over me like I'm not there. They
You
keep
feel like you
talking
were
between
wrongly
them.
muted earlier?
Of course. But I don't care.
We have a thing where you can. It's like a complaint form that
No,
you
no.
can.
No. I don't have time for this.
We take this shit seriously. You got time to count pixels though.
Well, if you hear and you see it, you can do something about it. If not, then
I
not.
think
I'm not going to complain. I'm not that guy.
we have an official complaint department, and we take this very seriously.
But I'm not
What are you
that
doing with the
guy.
laundry basket? What do you mean? It's laundry. Oh, all right. I'll get it. I'll get it.
Sometimes someone is get assault in the street, let's say, and the police will come and say, want to file a complaint. I say no.
Well, Chucky, I
I didn't see
understand.
nothing.
It is hard to get in sometimes when there's a lot of people that want to get in. Also, your mic is a little. I'm not sure if it's your mic that's low, but your voice is generally lower, so that could be that too. But often what it takes is very, very attentive moderating. When the room's really busy, because I'll notice times like when I'm actively moderating, if somebody's trying to get in, I know what you mean. Other people that are just dominating, they're going back and forth. Sometimes I have to say, "Hey guys." I might have to mute those other guys and say, "Hey, this guy was trying to get in, let him get in." So it's tough, and not everyone is moderating. At their computer, they're on their cell phones, and if no one's really actively doing it, if that's what you're saying, that it's hard to get in, then I understand it's tough, and it takes really active moderating sometimes to try to let everyone get in. With a big open panel.
Yeah, well, it's okay. No, but Jeremy wants me to file a complaint.
I'm just saying, if you think you were modded unfairly, we take those matters very seriously, and
I don't.
we have a whole section for that. It's below. What's it called, Gio? Let me see.
Support.
The pass across me, above me, side me. I don't put it
Support.
there.
EA supports that. Hold on.
Yeah, support ticket, the support center.
Yeah, Sports Center. There it is. Create a new ticket. You can create a ticket, Chike.
Yeah, no, I can't. Maybe I can, but I won't.
If you got time to count pixels, you got time for this, Chike.
Counting pixels takes very little time, Jeremy.
What if I got a 1080p, nerd shit pixel count
Do you
amount?
think I go pixel and count it? No, I create a triangle with paint over the area, the pixel I want to count, and paint on the side tell me the size of the rectangle, so I know how wide, how tall it is. Simple.
So they count the pixels for you. So you're not even counting. What do you even do then?
Well, I count them, but with the machine that count them fast. I don't need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All I need to do is place the line at accurately as possible on the picture.
All right. So, I mean, the point is, Chike, we have a static position on the beach. We have a static position out in the ocean. They're not moving. We know they're so solid. They're fixed to the ground. It appears, though, as if the thing we're looking at that's in the ocean is moving, even though it's in a fixed position, static, and shouldn't be moving. We can see that it's moving. Now, if we're drawing straight lines to that, you got to have some fuck crazy shit going on.
Yeah, but why you say we know it shouldn't be moving? We know it should.
Because it's cemented into the ground. It can't move.
Right, but we know that there is something called refraction. We do know that.
So that's not straight lines always, like you said last night. Remember you said always straight lines. We always draw straight lines. This wouldn't be straight lines anymore, would it?
No, it could be straight lines with refraction. The straight lines that go up and down. Like I said, the lines are not straight, but we have no other choice but to draw straight lines.
Straight lines that curve.
We can't draw this curve, this little curve of refraction. If every forget 8 inch per mile square, start talking angles. It's 26 arc seconds per mile, not square. Yes, I simplify the calculation. Now, for every 26 of a curve, which we won't be able to draw, for that,
it's 26 arc seconds. Hold on, how many pixels is it per mile?
No, I don't know pixels. It depends on the camera.
How many pixels are in an arc second?
Doesn't matter. It depends on the camera.
How many arc seconds are in a pixel?
You don't care. I'm telling you, instead of saying 8 inch per mile square, you say 26 arc second per mile. Now you have refraction. If you want to include it, you subtract from the 26 4. That's standard.
If we have refraction, are we going to be making straight lines?
Yes. We have no.
So refraction is when the lines are straight.
Well, refraction bent the line a bit.
So not straight lines. So we're not going to be drawing straight lines. You
yes, we will be drawing straight line.
Why are you yelling?
Because you keep asking. I told you we have no choice but to draw straight line. I can draw the arc of 26 arc seconds per mile. I can't draw it. It doesn't show as an arc. I don't have enough resolution to draw it like this. I have no choice but to draw.
Do you need more pixels or?
No, you need the big picture and very high resolution because there's nothing there.
How many pixels do you need to do this?
I don't need pixels.
What do you need to make this happen?
So if the rig is how much? Is 5 miles from the shore. So we have to have
9. It's 9 miles. How do you not? How are you not familiar with this?
So 9 times 26 times 22. That's the angle we should get to the horizon. If
you can't even tell where the horizon is in this. You know what the horizon looks like in this photo? It looks like exactly how you guys describe what a flat Earth horizon would look like.
Yeah, well, but no, the other photo you can see it very clear.
What's up?
The other photo. There are 2 photos.
Post it.
One.
Post it.
What post it? Geo post.
Post the photo. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna act like this is my first day on flat Earth and make you post a photo. Post it up so we can see. You're saying it's a crisp horizon line? Jake. Did you really go get the photo? I was joking, dude. I mean, what's the point of all this? We got straight lines that are bending. Shit's moving all over the place in the distance. What are we to make of this? It's not geometry. You're trying to do geometry on optical stuff when we know it's not geometrical. It's really, it's weird, Jake. Very strange, sir. Very strange. I tell you what we need to do is get some tangible shit going, bro. That would be way better to use your time with. We could end this strike for realsies though this time. Like we could seriously end this if we brainstorm on how to get a tangible, physical, tangible measurement of whether the level is horizontal or if level's curving. That's what we need, bro.
That's physical measurements. Photon are physical stuff.
Tangible. We need something tangible.
Well, that's tangible. It hits our eye. We can detect it. We see it.
Yeah, but tangible's not seeing something. Tangible
Don't try to build. Don't fall. Every time you try those things, you fail. You set yourself.
We've been brainstorming. First of all, we've never. Hold on, Chike. We've never even tried. First of all, maybe some of us have, but we've been brainstorming on this for a year because it's so difficult. We need you in on this with us to help us brainstorm. Have you ever heard the phrase "the more minds, two heads are better than one"? We need your head, Chike.
You overcomplicating things.
Okay, make it simple for me. Make it simple.
Yeah.
Let's go. Do
a
it.
theodolite or auto level and the camera. That's all we need.
No, we're trying to do we're trying to do geometry, but we can't do geometry when we have optics. Chike. We're trying to do geometry. We can't do geometry when we have this optical illusion shit happening with these bendy lines. You figure deal me?
I feel you. Try to feel me. There. Wait, I want to see it.
I'm gonna feel you. Lay something out. Lay it out for us, Chike. The optical shit ain't gonna work for geometry, bro. I'm just telling you right now, because shit's all over the place. If we try to do geometry in an oil rig, or Canigoo, or a slew of other observations, it's not gonna work for the globe. So we need some tangible shit, bro. We got to end this once and for all. We got to solve it. We'll be the heroes. All right, we'll melt all the globes down and they'll make statues of us out of all the melted globes. This is me and you and your puppy. The cute one, not that ugly one that your wife likes. The cute puppy. Okay? Doesn't that sound dope?
I don't get you. Yeah, you're a reasonable man, Jeremy.
Very reasonable. Very reasonable.
So stop complicating things. We need this. We need this. We need something tangible. There is not something tangible. We're not going to build the Lego there. We can't do straight lines from steel or wood or whatever. We can't. We don't have the means. We don't have the means to measure the straight.
I know, but this optical thing's not working out for us because it doesn't work for the globe either.
It's working.
It doesn't work for the globe.
It's working if you take into account all the variables involved in your observation.
What are the variables?
The variables is atmosphere, temperature, air pressure, humidity, all those things.
And that would be you're talking about refraction.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the light bending. So now we need to measure. We need a tangible way to measure which way the light's bending. Because you're just claiming that this is how it's working in the atmosphere over a long distance, but we need to measure that. I'm not going to just take your word that this is how the light's bending.
You do the measurements. You already took all this into your picture and your measurement. We'll get Larry.
No.
Larry will tell us exactly what we need to do with the data.
Let me tell you something about Larry. You think I don't know who Larry GPS is? I've talked to Larry, all right? I body bag him on this every time we talk. He's got nothing. None of you guys have anything when it comes to this optical shit and measuring which way the light's actually bending or which way where we're seeing the object higher or lower than its actual position.
Larry is a world famous surveyor, and you say you know nothing.
He ain't real famous.
Yes, he's
You think he's a Michael Jordan of fucking
he
surveying?
measured the whole fucking world.
The whole world.
Yes, he did measurements from airplanes. He went all over the world to make measurements. You think he's a surveyor confined to his house? He did it in
Yeah,
Europe,
listen to me.
in Brazil, in I don't know how many places.
His measurements are fallacious, Chike, because he doesn't know which way the light's actually
Yeah,
bending. It
sure,
could be
sure.
could have it all wrong. It's just a story they told him about how light's bending over long distance in the atmosphere.
For a hobby, he has a theodolite that costs like, if you're going to buy today, used from 30 years ago.
Yeah, I know. It measures a
You
third of
pay
an
like
arc second. It's from the
$9,000.
60s. No, that's not his one from 30. He's got
That's
one
what he
from the.
has.
Well, he's probably got two of them. You think he's got two, or
Yes,
you think
I'm
they only
talking
made
about
one of these things?
one you can get for 2,000-3,000. The good one will cost you like 9,000. They are not to be found. They don't make them anymore.
Chike, you listen to me. Listen to me. You can't. You guys don't. You guys have some ideas. You may have some good ideas on which way the light's bending in the atmosphere over long distance. The thing is, I'm gonna need a measurement because now this is a measurement thing, and you're claiming that the light's bending. I'm gonna need an actual measurement of the light bending, not a measurement of humidity and temperature and none of that shit. I'm gonna need to see which way the light's bending.
You will
So let
see
me know when you
which
get
way
that
the light
measurement.
bend. Don't
Let
worry.
me know when you get that measurement. Let me know when you get that measurement, not a measurement of something else, a measurement of actually which way the light's bending, meaning are we seeing this thing higher or lower than its actual position? Let me know when you get that measurement. Then you got something to talk about with this refraction thing. Until you get that measurement, though, there's really nothing to talk about. And even to get that measurement, you need the thing I'm talking about, which is tangibility.
You will get this measurement if we do it from 3 different points, from 3 different locations. The 5, the 30, and the 100. This will come up. This will tell you, does it move up or down? Where
You
is
know
the
what we do,
relocation?
Chike? You know what we get if we get measurements from 3 different positions? We get 3 different not actual positions of the thing we're looking at. That doesn't help us at all in any way, shape, or form. What we need to do is get an actual position of something in the object, which is not going to be done optically. It's only going to be done tangibly. Until then, there's really nothing to talk about with this optical thing. It's a non-starter.
Now, Jeremy, listen.
Yes.
You hire me to do a job, right?
How much am I paying you?
Doesn't matter. I do it for free. But you hire me to do
Okay,
something. You
you're
hire.
hired.
I'm the expert on this matter. You don't tell me what's what. You don't tell me I hire you and
Well,
you
you're
do it like
fired.
this.
You know
No.
what? You're
So you
fired.
hire
You're
me and
fired.
I bring my expertise to the field,
It's
and you
too
don't tell
late.
me what's what.
It's too late. You're fired.
That's okay.
You're fired. You're hired and fired right away, same day.
Like I said, no need. I won't push myself.
Did you hear anything I said about anything in the last couple minutes here about
Yes,
this
I'm
optical
listening.
thing? Not
I'm listening. That's why I'm offended. You took the expert. You don't tell them what's what. You take someone to paint your house. Say no, that's not how you paint. Do it like this.
Check.
Seriously?
There is no expert. No one is an expert on this because this measurement has never been fucking
No.
done before. Larry's never done it. Bob's never done it. None of these guys have ever done it. All they have is
Who
this
is this guy?
assumption on which way the light's bending.
Yes, they do. Larry do it all the time. What do you think?
He does an
It's his
optical
job.
thing all the time and has an assumption on which way the light's bending.
No, he don't have an assumption. He measures it.
He doesn't measure which way the light's bending. He assumes that that's the way the light's bending. If he measured which way, check, hold on. If he measured which way the light was bending, he would have to do that with something non-optical, something
Don't tell
tangible,
me
and he hasn't
you
done
don't
that.
know. You don't
I do
know.
know. I know.
No, you
I
didn't
know.
learn surveying. You would learn the surveying. You will know how to do it. Easy.
There's nothing in the handbook. Listen, in order for anyone to even know this, it would have had to have been done in the, meaning it's not something that's not affected by refraction to show us which way the light's bending. That's never been done.
Is he a member in this server? I think he is, right?
Bro, get Larry in here. I don't give a fuck, dude. I've had this conversation with Larry. He doesn't have the thing I'm talking about. All he does is have an assumption, an idea, whatever you want to call it. He has an idea on which way the light's bending. That's all he has. A temperature, pressure, and humidity reading and an angle of incidence is not going to tell you which way the light's actually bending. It's going to give you an idea. Maybe it's bending that way. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's something else going on. The only way you know is with a tangible measurement, not an optical one. Anything that's subject to refraction is not going to give you the answer to this. Bring Larry in, bro. I don't give a fuck. I've talked to Larry before. I know he doesn't have this. Nobody's got this. If we had this, I wouldn't even be here right now. Maybe I would, but we wouldn't be talking about this because it would already be done. I'll check left. I mean, there's your. What's up, Sam?
Left.
Yeah.
What up, Issa? Where you been?
Chilling, man. Running around, man. Fucking chilling. I don't like getting muted, man. I get muted and then I'm just like, I'm fucking leaving.
Where'd you get muted at?
I got muted over here last time I was over here. I was kind of salty about it, man. I don't like it, dude. It upsets me a little bit.
I mean, you be wilding sometimes, bro, to be fair. You know?
Right. But I've earned that right. Jeremy, I've earned that right.
No, bro. What the fuck?
Fucking hey, dude. No, dude. It's not fucking. Life in the jungle is not equal, dude. I don't want to hear about it. You know? I think I'm fairly cordial. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it's not my server. I don't give a shit. I'm allowed to bitch and moan. You know?
Yeah, no, we're just trying to cut down on overtime.
Oh, I know. I just hate it. Like, when, like, I just hate it. I just feel like it reminds me of when me and a buddy of mine, I was living in the city and Occupy Wall Street was going on. And we were like, yo, let's ride down there. So we fucking rode down there. And it was the gayest shit I ever saw, dude. And it was like, it was just the gayest protest in the world. And it was just all these weird people that nobody had ever seen before. They all looked like they worked for Google. And they were doing like, you know, the whole like, it was the first time I saw, you know, when somebody stands like, we will not, and then the whole crowd goes, we will not, you know what I mean? Like tries to shout their message to like the people
That
in the
is
building.
gay. That's gay,
It's
yeah.
so gay, dude. Anyway, so like they do this. They still do this, bro. Oh my God. They think they're fucking talented when they do it. Anyway, it's like part of that, like so when I say it's like when people start muting each other, it reminds me like the Occupy Wall Street. It's like my feelings were hurt and I'd like to make a complaint. You know?
Yeah, but you know what else? You know what else
Well,
is
dude,
gay though?
I mean, and I'm not like, dude, I'm being me, dude. This is where I come to be me, so I'm being ruthless. But you know, hey.
well, are you talking about? I think it was with North that time. When is that what?
Well, yeah, no, yeah. I just thought, and I think it was like somebody came in, and I don't even think it was you guys that muted me. It was somebody else trying to fucking white knight, and I just felt like, yo, I don't do that.
Well, hold on, but are you talking about the time? Because I think when there was that heated thing with you and North, I think I heard like Elbow had said, "Issa, don't make me mute you" or something because you were maybe interrupting a lot. But I don't think he actually did mute you. But I noticed
But
you.
this dude North talks at like 3 miles an hour, dude. You know what I mean? So it's like, dude, like I'm having this conversation, and like, you know, it's like, I mean, and whatever, dude. I like the guy. You know what I mean? We happen to disagree in certain senses, but I was talking about some shit that was pretty esoteric and fun, and then I get bogged down by the literalists, and it's like I can't really convert the esotericism of what I'm talking about into the literalism because it doesn't fucking translate. And I was trying to make that point, and I'm getting like shouted out about like how I don't believe in Jesus or something, or felt like that. I don't know, bro. And I was just like, come on. And the dude talks at 3 miles an hour. Come on.
No, I hear you. And then when there's like either monologues or semi monologues going on, like if you were right on a point and then someone like responds kind of to your point, but then they go on with a bunch of other stuff, then it is like, oh, you responded to my point. I want to come back with something. And then now they're going off on this whole long, so yeah, I understand that as well. That's why.
Hey, and I'm guilty of that, dude. I'm guilty of that. You know what I mean? Of course, I'm guilty of that. You know what I mean? And so are we all, because that's what irritates me. Is like I'm like, yeah, that should be permitted. And I just think like, in dialogue and back and forth, it's like it's okay. I wasn't trying to. I don't know, man. We used to be pretty good about it back. You know what I mean? I don't like all the rules. You know what I mean? That's what gets me.
Yeah, but here's the thing. All right, so let's say there's no rules at all. It's just total. Everybody
Hey,
shouts.
man, no. Check it out.
I'm saying if it is, all I'm trying to say, if it is that way, then nobody can hear anything. It's just a cacophony of sounds that you can't even. You know what I mean? Now, sometimes a little over talking is all right. Like if it's two people that it overlaps a little, but mostly the points are being, heard or whatever, that's one thing. But when it's just literally 3, 4, however many people all talking at once, and then people are getting triggered and interrupting, it's just, is that what you want to listen to? Like,
no, dude, but you know what though? Here's my issue is that it becomes a fucking like what I feel is like an either emotional tactic or something like that. Like I don't even want to get into like whether it's a tactic, and I don't think anyone's using it per se, but it's like it becomes a tactic when like you're making a point and then I interject on that point completely relevantly. And then you harp on about how you got interrupted for 5 fucking minutes. And now we're off topic. We're talking about fucking the rules and fucking, it's like instead of being able to have an adult conversation, you're stuck in this quagmire. Now, granted, some people aren't fucking capable and they need all these goddamn rules. And I get it. And I usually try to mute myself and shut up, but sometimes I just can't take it and I become a dick. And I'm just trying to say, Gio, I want to be outside the law. Man, you gotta let me fucking ride, dude. Can't let these people do this to me, man.
Well, yeah, but I think it has.
I'm totally asking for special treatment, man. I don't even care. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but at what point? Yeah, exactly. It's just running like a dictatorship or a corruption, meaning that like the mods could just interrupt and do whatever they want, and then we don't let other people do that. So either everyone does it or everyone doesn't do it. You know what I mean? Like either the mods are kept to the same standards. Please don't interrupt. Let people finish their thing, whatever it may be. Or I guess you just have some kind of, thing where, the cops can snort cocaine and no one else can. You'll go to prison for it, but the cops can do it all day. And then you get into the whole thing of like the quote unquote Illuminati. That's what they're in. Like they can do whatever they want. They're above the law. They can do crimes and get away with it. It's like that's like at the seat of the corruption, in my viewpoint. Like,
well,
rules.
Dude, I look at myself as a proud member of the Discord Illuminati, and I think that I deserve those privileges. I'm just kidding. But I get it, man. I just don't think I'm too far out of line sometimes. And it just irritates me when I get muted. But I love you guys, and it really doesn't matter, dude. It's all good.
I hear you. So okay, so when it's heated like that, it is very difficult because you can ask people, please don't interrupt, but they still will because someone feels like they're misrepresented, like the whole thing, something like that happens. So it's very difficult. So that's why like the one way to do it is mute and unmute. You know what I mean? So like if you're talking about that one with you and North, it was very heated. It was intense. Now, the one thing is everyone talks over each other. You guys scream at each other and it's kind of a shit show and no one really hears what's being said. And there's all these half ideas and it's just like kind of, a pretty chaotic thing. Or we could have like quieted it down and be like, all right, let's just, literally mute and unmute. So like you'd be unmuted for 30 seconds. You say your thing and then we mute you. And then he says his thing for 30 seconds.
My thing is I didn't think it was that bad. I really don't give, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see any of that necessary. I thought we were having a reasonable conversation. Me and North were a little heated. That's about it. I just don't see it as like this, I just don't see any reason to fucking mute people. I don't mute people. I can withstand when somebody interrupts me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to ask somebody to come in and mute somebody for me or mute somebody. That's just how I play. That's why when I get, personally, when I feel like we, sometimes get too controlling in it. And I think it's a shame that it gets, that's why I said about it. It's like reminds me of Occupy Wall Street, where it's like somebody's like, my feelings were hurt and I'd like to report it. And it's like, I just feel like, come on, man, we don't need all that.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about that thing with North, I don't think you even were muted, but I do think I heard one of the elbow. I think he said, "Oh, Issa, don't make me mute you," because I guess he considered it was
Well,
interrupting.
yeah, no, I got muted.
Yeah.
I couldn't unmute
At least you
myself.
get that courtesy.
That's
You know what I mean?
kinda-
I just get muted.
Yeah, and I think Snacks earned it too, but like that's just me being fucking whatever.
I mean, I guess the way I see it, like, I mean, nobody's ever muted me on this server, but if I was really blatantly interrupting and someone muted me, if that's what's fair, like if I'm just bulldozing their point, I would think that's a valid mute, and I would be like, all right, that's cool. I'll stay muted for until they're finished. Like that's how I'm just saying, because to me, I want it to be fair. Like I want to be, when I'm speaking, ideally, I want everyone to be listening, as everyone does. And then when I'm not speaking, I want to hear other people. And if you know what I mean? So to me, it's like, it's kind of do one to others as you would do to yourself kind of thing, like, in terms of respecting others in those ways. And so,
but you know the deal, right? If you're standing, it's like right now, me interrupting you right there. It's like, dude, that's a natural ebb and flow interrupt. I think that's fair game. I think, you know what I mean? It makes it for conversation versus, something other than that. You know what I mean? But I always mute myself when I'm done speaking. So like,
No, I hear you, but what we're in right now is more of a banter back and forth, so it's not a big deal. Like if you interrupted me right now, I'd probably just pull back, no big deal. But when
I was about to,
yeah. Oh, and I don't mind that either. But when it's heated,
right.
But when it's heated and like your point that you've said is on the line, and there's passion, and then there's misrepresentations and straw mans, and somebody, you know what I mean? That's when it gets.
But here's my thing though, dude. It's like, let's say like if I've made the point about how like, I'm talking, like, let's say, and I don't know if this is the context, and I don't want to poo-poo, you know what I mean, the North or anything like that. I like North. I like talking to everyone. I like them. You know what I mean? At the time though, like, what it seemed was I was trying to reach on this esoteric side of Christianity, and he was trying to bring it back to the literalist perspective in some ways, and trying to challenge what I was like. He was taking umbrage with the way I was citing scripture and putting it into context, and he was trying to clarify the context, as though what I tried to limit what I was trying to talk about in this esoteric fashion. And so what I tried to say from the outgate was, dude, I'm, he was trying to elaborate on the context. I thought I gave him room to do it, but he was just continuously harping on the point about the literalism, and I was trying to show that that was nothing to do with what I was talking about. But then his point was to stop me talking about the esotericism by bringing me back to the literalism, and that's why I was fucking frustrated, to be quite frank. Like every time I brought up a scripture, he was like, "No, that's not what he said," and "No, and you're wrong." And then I was like, "All right, I had to go back and look at the scripture, find the right scripture, fucking bring it back in." And I was just like, "Hey, I'm just trying to make this grand point." And we're getting stuck into what sandals and what size footwear Jesus had. And like,
yeah. But see, a whole nother way to do it is like more of like, okay, like when someone's hosting a radio show, it's George Norrie or whatever, George Norrie has total control over, like when he takes a caller, if he wants to just either interrupt the guy or he wants to whatever, he might just mute the guy or whatever he does. Like he has total control in that way. So he might, I don't know whether in George Norrie's case, whether he has a mute button or how that works, but it's the kind of thing where he completely directs it because he's hosting it. So I mean, that's like even another option. Like if in that mode, if we were to be like, all right, Issa's going to host this, you're going to kind of, now I know you're probably not wanting to sit and mute and unmute, but there would be a way in which like, you know what I mean? Like if you were hosting in that way, it would actually be valid maybe for you to like stop the other person, be like, boom, stop. Okay, let me clarify what I'm saying. This, and that. You know what I mean? To keep it on track that way. I don't know. These things.
No. Again, I just look at it like I just was upset. I was just talking shit because I was coming in and it's been a while, and I was like, I was muted, and that's why I wasn't around for a little bit. But yeah, that's really it's all good, man. It's your platform. I'm fucking, I'm a grown up. I can handle it. It's like, but I also know, like, for myself, I'm like, I can't. It just pisses me off. So it's like I'll dip when I get muted. I'm like, oh God, like the audacity, because I think I'm pretty cordial. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Whatever.
No, I was muted.
Well, I mean, ideally, we really shouldn't have any mods muting other mods. However, if a mod is doing like bulldoze interruptions when it's heated, then that's maybe where some mod might feel like, hey, he's interrupting, I'm going to mute him anyways. And maybe we don't have like dead set boundaries around that. Like, oh, a mod can never mute another mod. In general, it's not usually a thing because usually mods are not interrupting. But
All
I don't know,
good,
man.
dude.
It's just
It's all good. I'd rather talk about what do you guys think about Hawaii getting hit by like direct energy weapons right now? You guys seen all that?
yeah. I was gonna say I saw that. I haven't looked in. Is it Maui is on fire? Yeah, they're getting hit.
Yeah, something's crazy. And there's like some weird still picture I saw of like a looked like people were proposing it was like a direct energy thing starting these fires out there. But pretty wild.
Don't
Just
have
for
enough volcanoes there to cause fires, huh?
yeah, I mean there was a bunch of like I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons there might be a fire, but I don't know if it's happened like this before without an eruption of a volcano. I don't know what they're saying the cause.
I don't
of
know.
it.
Someone throw a cigarette. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But it's like and I was kind of bringing it up in this other place. Wow, it was like the idea that it's
man.
like the
Just one
implementation.
cigarette will take a whole state out. It's crazy. I wonder why they're legal.
Right, and like what is it like? If they're gonna, I don't know, because they're probably gonna blame it on climate change, and then pretty soon you won't be able to say climate change. You're barely able to say the weather. Like what the fuck?
Hey, you know what though? You can smoke cigarettes all you want, but you have to mask up.
No doubt. Health.
All right. So listen, you can support climate change all you need, but you can still smoke cigarettes as much as you'd like.
Yeah, it's kind of
That's right. You can buy your spirits, interrupt your spiritual journey with spirits, alcohol, and then do the tobacco thing too. Two birds, one stone there.
So if it is a directed energy weapon scenario, what would be the possibilities as to why they would? Like I can understand in Northern California, like there's the idea that they're kind of like terraforming, they're kind of blowing out certain areas. Maybe they're going to set up some kind of headquarters thing in the future, or the Northern California makes sense to me in a lot of ways in terms of possible speculations as to why they would purposely do these. I mean, not only maybe they could be testing their weapon things. Maybe if they're going to do a Project Bluebeam, they could be testing them. They could be
What if it's
whatever.
what if it's war? What if it's like Chinese fucking military fucking attacking, burning up our land? Do you know what I mean? Like who knows? I'm just saying it's like interesting.
Yeah.
Like fucking like the footage is crazy. That shit is like cooked. It's fucking nuts.
Is it only Maui or is it other islands? I haven't looked like at any news stuff yet on it.
I was kind of bringing it up to find out myself. I should look more into it. I figured I'd bring it up and we talk about it.
At least we can't blame the Japanese. I'm happy about that.
Right now it's the Chinese.
The Chinese, man. It's them. They're the ones doing it.
They're like, it always was the Chinese.
Yeah, like who are we supposed to hate now? Hey, CNN, who are we supposed to hate right now?
Looks like it's only Maui. 53 dead. Looks like it's Maui is the only island. I just did a quick search.
Holy fuck! 53 dead. What happened? What caught fire?
What do you think? New casinos? What do you guys think? New casinos? New fucking, you know what I mean? It's going to be like a new fucking resort, probably.
Probably a couple libraries or whatever.
It's not in the field. It's not in the open. 53 dead. That's a world scale disaster.
Can't tell if you're being sarcastic there, Chief.
Yeah,
I'm not sarcastic.
Yeah.
53 people is a lot of people to die.
Yeah, one's a lot to die. So.
Yeah, no, but 53 is 53 times that one.
Indeed. So if you're going to be sarcastic about it, take it elsewhere. How's that sound?
I'm not sarcastic.
Good.
But yeah, it's crazy. I wonder what the fuck that's about.
We had something like this. It was a wedding, and the place they had the celebration, the floor simply fell down under the legs. The whole people in the building fell down. 3 stories. Every story destroyed the story below it until they hit the cellar. You haven't seen it? It was, I don't know, many years ago. See the people dancing and suddenly they disappear.
Is that in Tel Aviv?
Yeah, it was Tel Aviv. Some kind of new design of or not design, some technique to build the floor, to make it light. And they had the floor start moving. So what they did, they brought like 2 ton sand and put it there. This helped.
Yeah.
See, people come to celebrate a wedding and they end up in a plastic bag.
Right.
The only people, some saved those who sat close to the wall.
It's like
Had
there's
sometimes
stories like
a
this
little.
every year, you know. Bridesmaid group, it's just they're in like a stretch Hummer. It doesn't work out for them. They're all dead now. People go out in like some kind of questionable uh boat. Um, don't come back from it. You know, it's just it's the last thing you want to do. You know what? When you're in a wedding, is put everybody at risk. Yeah.
Sure, the those who hired the place didn't know anything. You think they'll bring their friends to a death risk?
This happens so often, like every year.
No, it doesn't happen here every year, but shouldn't it
So,
happen even once?
jeez, I don't know. I feel like it's like every month you're going to see some kind of story somewhere in the world. You know, this boat capsizes, this kind of thing goes, this bridge goes down. I don't know.
You know, I was in what was it? 99. I was in United States for 2 months, and what amazed me is that above all, is safety. It's not something I was used to hear. First of all, safety. You have smoke detectors everywhere and cameras and I don't know what. First of all, safety above all.
Right.
Different culture. Here, now, maybe, now, yes. But back then in 99, wasn't it wasn't something common here.
I think there's like a national like building code, like builders group. People build things. I wonder, like international or whatever.
Yeah, but the inn I was in, it was made out of wood, all of wood, no concrete.
Yeah, I just mean like certain things like you know airports, rail, um, the buses, just things that people are going to use from outside of the country. It's uh, it's like there would be some kind of international group that's like looking after that kind of stuff, right? Make sure people go by certain standards.
Speaking of those fires, I wonder, because I'm in Northern California, we'll see. I mean, I definitely think they're using directed energy weapons to start these things. I have a lot of reasons as to why I think that, but I wonder what they have in store for us because we're kind of getting close to heading into wildfire season. I wonder how we're going to get hit here this year. It's brutal. Last year, the smoke was so thick. Oh, it was absolutely.
Gio, I just put up my lasers in the sky. You should check out the song. It's kind of funny.
Like,
Nice.
I think it was like 3 years ago or something like that. I was at New Perspectives, and like the fires were crazy, and every day the sun just looked pink. Basically, it never got anything more than just like hot pink, like neon acid pink, crazy. But I swear, like I could see some kind of other feature, like a dark spot, like in the sun. I don't know. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, there have been some days where you can't even see the sun practically. You might just see a little glow. It almost seems like, it's almost like hardly even it's like daytime is very dim. But yeah, I have seen some interesting, like the way the sun looks through the smoke is pretty interesting. And who knows what other chemicals or metals. I mean, that smoke, it's not just like wood burning, it's God knows what, houses, chemicals, so yeah, I've seen some wild looking skies during these times. And I know it is kind of, it's like almost like a solar filter in a way.
Or sometimes it looked like a coin or something, or like a bit like almost like a little cylinder projection or something. Even though it's just like it's like you're catching it through. I don't know. I guess the shadow of it going through the smoke. I guess that's what that illusion's caused by. But yeah, it's really weird that it would present like that. Kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, I've also seen certain patterns in the sky. If it is, in terms of directed energy weapon, created, I've seen some patterns in the sky that are almost like sonic wave looking, like crazy looking stuff that doesn't seem to fit just with, smoke and fires. Like there's something else that because there's also these like wind patterns that get really intense too. I mean, who knows how far that goes? Like weather modification with directed energy weapons, like exactly how that's all.
There was like the morning that they put like the 5G up on, they turn it on, and like from Edwards, you could see like this crazy like cloud pattern going on. Like it was pretty weird all of a sudden, It's like, whoa. Like just creates these like wind vectors or something, or cloud vectors. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like to think about this, but if they really unleashed whatever these weapons are, like in a Project Bluebeam thing, people would be freaking out.
Yeah, I just don't know like how powerful your beam would have to be and all that stuff. Unless it's like some kind of combination of optical and electromagnetic or something like that. Because you think about like I don't know, like how high up is a drone going to be, like to shoot a directed energy beam.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like how high altitude does it? Because yeah, like even the idea that they used one during 9/11, which there's a ton of evidence for it. Yeah, how high do they have to have it in the sky that we can't even see it? You know, like you couldn't just look up and see it. So how high is it up there, and how long does it travel? How far does it travel?
It's just like it requires like some kind of power plant to deliver the like the joules to drive a transformer to make a laser to make it a pizza. Yeah. So, and then but that's all heavy stuff, So it's like it becomes like weight restrictive. So like you need a bigger and bigger drone to like have like your laser cannon. Unless you can just figure out something that's just going to have some kind of crazy energy method of where you just like set off a charge and it puts out all this energy. I don't know, man. Lasers are cool.
There was a video of the 9/11 thing. That was it. It did make its way around, but it's a less common one. It's one that people found a little later, actually. But took a really close up view of the towers coming down, like very close, like so close that the guy with the camera gets blasted with all the dust. And it's probably one of the closest I've seen in terms of the footage of it. And it's amazing. I mean, it has audio. And people talking about like the idea of like bombs in the basement or like bombs. I mean, you don't hear any explosions. You just hear this like whooshing sound, like this wind kind of whooshing. It's very wild. The audio part of it, like you hear a little bit of cracking and popping, but it's like this very eerie kind of whooshing sound rather than the idea of some kind of explosions. Like to me, it would make sense if the directed energy weapon functions that way, that it would kind of have that to it, some kind of like a vortex field of some sort that has that effect to it. And the thing that's so crazy about it, that's why Judy Wood, her book was Where Did the Towers Go? Because the actual pile of rubble that was at the bottom of those towers did not match the number of floors and the actual material that should have been there. It was like 1/8 of the amount of what actually should have been there. So it's like, where do the towers actually go? Which is wild because did that directed energy weapon, like she uses the word dustify, that she thinks that this directed energy weapon has a way of like being able to take physical matter and basically turning into dust, like dustifying, which is then interesting with these wildfires, the way that the buildings are taken down to the base, even the porcelain, like which normally like forest fires and house fires don't melt porcelain. So it's kind of wild to think like, do they have something that can actually dematerialize matter and turn it into dust? It's pretty intense.
Yeah, I remember those like videos of like the trees on fire, like weird. It was like almost like lava style shit. Like it was weird. There's these old videos that just made me think of it.
Yeah, they're like burning from the inside, like from the inside.
Right, something weird. Yeah,
like that is interesting. Like the cars to me are the most interesting part about it.
Yeah, the toasted cars.
Yeah, and then their discs, the brake, basically like where the wheels are mounted, those are all melted. But like all that is like carbide, and like carbide is like what, I don't know. Basically, they put on like a hot pocket sleeve to toast the hot pocket. It like responds to microwaves. So so carbide will just react with microwaves and then they'll just get really, really hot. So I wonder if that's not part of the mystery. I don't know.
You're saying you're saying with the cars?
Yeah, like there's those are the parts that are liquefied. Other parts are not like liquefied. Yeah, like the body isn't. It's weird.
You're saying that materials, the parts of the car that contain carbide are more melted?
Yeah, they're like superheating whatever metal they're attached to or next to.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean with the hot pocket. I mean, like on the inside of it, it's got that kind of material that probably like helps reflect the microwaves and focus it into the hot pocket itself.
Yeah, there's also it's also like sort of in steels to some degree, but it's like it's using that also like for sanding discs and stuff. But it's in brake pads as well. Um, I don't know. But it also seems to be like some kind of fire tornado of some kind. It's just like really brief, and then I don't know. That much is pretty crazy as well.
Well, this is just totally speculation mode, but like, what about the idea that there already are other beings here? You know, whether it's like aliens or outer ponders, like, you know, but what if it already is the case? You know, whoever's at the top of the pyramid or whatever, what if they already are some kind of other, either other dimensional or other beings, and like they're already here doing this stuff? I mean, Judy Wood's book that goes through all that evidence of the directed energy weapon stuff, whatever that weapon thing is pretty intense. I mean, I'm not doubting that could just be humans. I'm not saying that has to be some other beings or whatever, but yeah, I mean, there's like John Hutchinson who was doing that stuff, the Hutchinson effect, and Tesla. I mean, I don't doubt that it could just be humans, or even if it is another type of being, it doesn't mean they have to get this technology from anything other than just what humans have already known about or invented. But it does seem almost otherworldly, like, you know, that kind of device that could do that. There's definitely something that we're not privy to, at least, you know, in terms of being aware of or told about. It's something that could take those twin towers and just dustify them, basically just eliminate them and turn them to dust. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, you ever heard like there was like a video, I don't know what it was part of, about the B project, they called it. Like the B project was like this like art group in New York before 9/11 happened. It had like carte blanche to like go in and out whenever they wanted. There's like a fucking documentary on it years ago, and then I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
Like, I think a lot of the structure wasn't like filled out, so it wasn't a solid building anyway. Like there were a lot of the place said voids.
Yeah, like a lot of the floors were empty. That idea.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Aaron Dover? That guy, remember he came out with like there were no floors in the towers, and then he like mysteriously disappeared, and some people think they took him out, kind of thing.
Snack knows a little bit about that, I think, but his last one that got him, they said it was the ones that there's no volcanoes. You ever seen that one?
Well,
That's what
some of
like
his
his
stuff's
last
like
shit.
a little too much, you know, like the no volcanoes thing, you know. But I don't. It is there is something strange surrounding the volcanoes that I'm not really sure about. With that, like that couple that just like follows volcanoes for fucking 50 years, like for National Geographic and shit, you know. Like um, the whole idea of like the planet killing volcano, you know, super volcanoes. Uh, I don't know if there's like something scammy about it, but it does seem to be like way too much energy to be faking it. You know, like how do you go and fake like these lava flows? Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, or is it just like the idea that they don't explode like that? Maybe like they don't erupt, but they just like leak lava.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw a video. Just one fire.
Like Mount St. Helens exploded, but I mean, it's not like they couldn't have planted charges too. I guess not out of the realm of possibility. But I don't know, man. Aaron Dover's work, like with his computer modeling and that stuff. I don't know if you recall that. That was like some pretty awesome work.
I mean, do you? I don't know. I didn't know him like in any way other than just his channel or whatever. But
I kind of interacted with him a little bit, and I was gonna try and get. We were trying to Skype like one day, we couldn't get it working, just to talk about his software because it was just really cool how he built it, off of like time and date.
I mean, do you that story that he was taken out or whatever? Do you think that there's anything to that, or
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to retire himself. I don't know.
did he? Well, did he pass away though? Like, I mean, that like he did act like he did actually pass away, whatever the cause was.
Kind of like not heard from after, I guess. His some of his videos are still out there.
I just wonder if there's any validation that he actually did pass away, or whether he just kind of disappeared and people speculated.
I don't know if he did one for the homage for me. He did one that's like Back to the Future with like these aeroelectric harvesting uh, conspiracy thing he was doing. He's like, "What are these things?" He's like, "What are these things? Are these aeroelectric generators?" I don't know. Like, but I think he kind of was like in the almost in that jungle surfer like just absurdist questioning too. I think in a way, like I don't know, but he had a sense of humor too. So it's like I don't know. Some stuff seems like better than others, but he was just like it, you know pushing videos out because he was pretty active like in content generation. Um, and he was always like getting these like clips like different places, just like people's off of regular clips that people would just post, just have references of like Mardi Gras or um, these different celebrations and things like that that are like on the equinox, and that was cool. I wish he was like more on focus with that. Is like his work centered more on that. That would have been cool because his mathematical modeling to the basically the AE map. Um, I mean, he was the first person to like come up with software to visualize it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, I missed the secrets of it. Or it would have been cool, like if he had like teamed up with other people too. That would have been cool as well. But yeah, flat earthers team up not that well most of the time, I guess somehow. Weird.
Seems like there's a lot more division than people coming together in general with the kind of quote unquote flat Earth, to use that term.
It's like it's teamwork, but trust no one. Like I don't know. There was some guy that was in here this morning, and he was like, what's the point of flat Earth? Like, are we supposed to tell everybody about the flat Earth and then we win? Like, what? Oh, it's like, what's the point of it? And it's like, oh, there's not necessarily any point. It's like to it,
Well, but I have my viewpoints on that. But I mean, I think just from the perspective that, the globe is a deception, and that whoever is kind of quote unquote in power, or whoever these beings or entities are, the controllers, whatever term one would use, that they've kind of gotten this control because of the globe deception and world wars and God knows what else. But they kind of have been, treating us like farm animals and then deceiving us and dumbing us down in all these ways. And in that perspective, that the globe is like kind of like the cosmology that they give the peasants or the slaves, however they view us, the goyim or whatever, to the point to where we all are deceived while they are in the know, and that they have that power over us in that way, I suppose, on a
Yeah, well said. I was just thinking, it's super important to care about life, to care about reality. And if you're deceived to that level, man, oh man, it's not going to be good for you. There's certainly things you should know.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my power just went out.
Yay!
In the middle of what I was saying, snap, power just went out.
Well, welcome
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Thanks. We'll see how long this is for, but no, just to finish what I was saying, I think I was just saying that if the globe deception has allowed for them to have this certain level of control in all these different ways, dumbing us down and trying to fool us to where we actually live and what the earth is and who we are and our history and all that stuff, just that the truth about the earth, if that were to be more well known and more kind of if more people were aware of it, and if there was a tipping point, then perhaps there could be some kind of pushback. Now, I don't mean anything violent or anything like that in terms of of that, but if enough people knew the truth, would the kind of globalists and the people pushing that globe deception, would their power end up dissolving in some way? Whatever that would look like, who knows? But if enough people know the truth, could they even maintain the globe deception? And then would they lose their whole power position that they have by using the globe to get them there in the first place?
Bro, there's a 100th monkey in this bitch, I swear. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, for sure. A tipping point.
Yeah, just the one person too. I mean, technically, that's all. That's what it takes is to get that one. But who is that one person, right? And it's not like, oh, we just need to find that person and make sure that they understand reality. No. We have to let the process unfold as it may. But I'd be interested to see who that one person is. Right? There's always that one drop in the bucket that was the tipping point.
Yeah, it reminds me of like people do that little test where they have like a cup of water and then they keep taking turns adding water, and then the meniscus, grows, and it's like, who's the last one that, I guess with that game, it's like, whoever, whenever the water spills over that last drop, then, they lose kind of thing.
Yeah, it reminds me of the term I hate to burst your bubble here, but that kind of thing.
Yeah, because I've often brought up the question: if the globe lie is not functioning anymore, could whoever these entities are, could they maintain their power? If the globe was cooked, could they still maintain it? I know New Perspective has his whole thing is like, oh yeah, they could, outer ponders, and they're gonna. But I mean, that's an interesting thing to think about. Like, is their whole power structure in a way built on this?
I think they could take the hit, but I think they'd survive it. You know, like old money, all this old powerful stuff. It's so beyond our grasp or comprehension. The way that they've put their tentacles into things, not so much the genius of it, just the sheer depth of scope of what's been going on, and for so long. We just keep letting it happen, boy. They're going to turn the playground into whatever they want. But yeah, I hope that somehow responded.
Yeah, some small examples you could throw out that could change would be something like, would a society care about keeping, say, cannabis illegal? That whole idea and that kind of psychology. Would that kind of psychology even exist without their control efforts?
But you wouldn't even think anything of it. Yeah, you wouldn't think one way or another about the marijuana plant unless they were trying to make it illegal. It'd just be part of shit we do. Be like tulips.
Potentially even something even smaller, like the psychology about really caring if someone's 5-10 minutes late to work, or maybe you would let it slide a little more. Simpler said, the story of Scrooge and his employees.
Quiet in here. What's up, guys? Anybody home?
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Ah, what's up? Not bad. How about
Yeah,
for
man.
yourself? I'm
What's that?
actually you. I'm actually about to make some some kidney supplements.
Nice, dude.
Uh, like, well, I mean, like like kidney boosting supplements. So I bought some bulk, like a while ago, right? Some bulk organic cranberry powder and some sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, or not baking soda. Yeah, no, baking soda, right? Yeah. Um, and some citric acid, and I made my own, like, pretty much like dialysis in a pill.
Nice.
Because
Stronger
like
every day, bro.
that's like pretty much what they do for you when you go do dialysis. They kind of run sodium bicarbonate through you, which flushes out your bloodstream because your kidneys can't do it anymore.
Very cool,
Like,
dude.
it's nuts. The stuff you learn when you get sick, right? When you get desperate. Like, just because,
Seriously.
like, okay, so check this out. I people thought I was nuts because I started ingesting small amounts of hydrogen peroxide, right? Trying to kill things inside of me, okay? And the reason why I did that was because uh like our white blood cells, right? They protect our blood, our body, okay? Defend off things inside of us. When they defend us, do you know what weapon they use?
No.
Hydrogen peroxide. Like a really strong percentage though. Like we can only get like 35% like food grade hydrogen peroxide. Like if you can get stronger than that, like that. So like I don't know, dude. I started taking it for a while, and like everybody was like, "Oh, it's gonna like harm you," and no, it actually like helped me, dude. It didn't kill me, obviously. Um, and I didn't have any kind of adverse reaction to it or anything. Like it's, I don't know, man. Like you get desperate and you'll pretty much do anything because, like, what's the worst that happens? You die, right? Like, big deal. You're already on your way anyway.
Yeah, man. You gotta grind it till you find it. Sometimes.
But yeah, so I bought myself a capsule loader a while ago, and so I can anytime I want to make anything, I have all kinds of different like powdered stuff that I get from bulk supplements, which is a great website, by the way.
Nice, man. I just got some fresh batch of raw milk from a new farm I'm trying out. And oh man, it was so good.
Dude, I just got some raw milk today too from the Amish market. Like,
Nice.
I wish I could find more raw things, dude. Like raw sour cream, more raw cheeses, right? Like I don't have a lot of places to get like raw cheeses around me.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's because I mean, you lose like with a lot of cheeses, you lose like 70% of the weight, and so it's not easy to market because it's going to be so freaking expensive.
Did I drop this thing? I can't find my little setup of my thing that I can do, like, I don't know, like, what, 40 capsules at a time or something like that. I don't know what I did with it. Oh wait, I think it's right there. Dude, so I was looking at this thing that a customer gave me earlier, right? Like, oh, okay, never mind. I said that backwards. Earlier, I was looking at this thing that a customer gave me like a while ago. Okay. And it's like it's a bookmark, but it's an actual like piece of papyri, right? Like what they would have written like scripture on. And it's an interesting texture, but it's funny because the guy was like really like Egyptian, right? So like he gave me like some Egyptian money and uh like this bookmark. Well, on it, it's got the hieroglyphic alphabet, and it's got A through Z, right? Um, and it raised the question in my head, like, why are we assuming that they only have the same amount of letters in their alphabet that we do? Or actually, no. So they got two less because four of the letters, like E and Y, are the same symbol, and F and V are the same symbol on this, right? So how how do we know that they only had those letters, you know? Like,
You're talking about the Mayans?
no, the Egyptians.
Oh, sorry.
Some guy from Egypt gave this to me, and it says hieroglyphic alphabet, and it's on a piece of papyri, which actually looks really cool. But yeah, it goes like A B C D E Y F V G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U W X Z. And like they're all pictures. Like you're telling me that like they drew that picture just because they wanted it to be a D there? Get the fuck out of here. They drew a picture because they wanted you to tell something about like the word, kind of like the way like Hebrew's written, you know? Like I don't know. Just as I was looking at this, I was like, dude, this whole alphabet thing, like we know what the hell was written on those walls. That's just fucking retarded now that I think about it.
Yeah, language is weird.
Because I mean, like, okay, so when they show like video of the Egyptian pyramids and stuff with the hieroglyphics on the inside, like, there, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more characters that are up there than what I'm looking at here on this damn bookmark, you know? Like, there's all kinds of like weird little characters drawn on that, not just these simple drawings that are right here. And I mean, like, they get away with it because, like, who the hell is going to disprove them, right? Like, there's no. And they just like all corroborate themselves.
What if hieroglyphs aren't even a language? They're literally just pictures.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying that it was basically like graffiti on the walls, possibly. Like that's like I guess like a theory, which I could go with that actually because I think that the pyramids are like pre-flood, honestly, because like the Sphinx or whatever also has like what looks like water erosion more than like like wind and sand blowing off like chunks of it and stuff. So yeah, I think it will also because there's like whole cities and shit like that, like in the ocean, and
Well, I think they started buried. I don't know how deep they were, but they certainly were buried a certain amount.
kind of buried like a pretty good amount. Or no, are they all the way to where they're fully uncovered now?
I guess it depends on if the pictures are real. If they are, then I've seen them, being uncovered.
Yeah. Well, and also, have you seen those pictures where they're like, I don't think they're cleaning it. They're, it looks like they're like constructing it almost. I'll have to find it. See, man. It's been kind of a minute since I looked it up.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I heard there's just talk. It's really just hearsay. But that the face was reconstructed and it was, some kind of different type of face. Who knows what it would have been?
Yeah. Fun theories and stuff, right? Or
If you are an actor on Ancient Aliens, then you would say it was an Anunnaki face.
dude, you know what's funny? Ancient Aliens is what's actually got me back into the Bible. Because okay, so I was raised in the Mormon church, so I was like 19, and then I just left and kind of wanted to have nothing to do with. Oh, motherfucker! So, John,
Are you in the military?
no, that's just one of the only sounds that'll get my fucking attention sometimes, dude.
The only sounds what?
That's like the only. That's one of the only sounds that'll like get my attention sometimes.
Oh, interesting.
So that's what I picked for my alarm, for my like important kind of notifications. Pretty much anything that. But yeah, the hell were we talking about before that thing went off?
Well, you said you left the Mormon church at age 19.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, no, I left the Mormon church at like 19. Didn't want nothing to do with like what anybody wanted to talk about God or anything, right? Like I was full blown spinning ball atheist, Thought I came from a fucking monkey and all that. Um, And then I was watching Ancient Aliens one day, and they threw up this like crazy theory about like the Anunnaki and stuff, right? And I go to my friend who is like a hardcore Christian, and I go, "Hey, dude, what do you think of this?" Right? And he goes, "Yo, if you like that, check this out." And he gives me this disc, and it was Chuck Missler and Genesis and the Big Bang, right? And dude, it was the first time that I had heard somebody put like the Bible into like somewhat reality, right? Because in the Mormon church, dude, the way that they read that and the way they teach stuff, like, dude, that was in a land far, far off. Bro, I thought like it was a fucking fairy tale kind of book the way they taught it. You know, like I didn't know that shit, that the places that were actually talked about in the Bible really existed, dude. I thought I was reading about shit that, yeah, just the way that they taught it, it didn't seem real, you know? Like it straight up felt like you were being taught like a fairy tale. And I think that's what like threw me off. And then, dude, after I got a hold of that, that led me on a complete rabbit trail, just in different sections, and then all the way down to actually just getting down to the Torah, you know, which is dope. But yeah, way to go, Ancient Aliens, right?
You come a long way. Praise the Lord. Baruch Hashem.
Yeah, from Ancient Aliens to the Torah, right? But yeah, dude, the guy that has the crazy hair on Ancient Aliens was always hilarious.
Yeah, I remember in high school I was convinced that's, what they were saying was enough evidence for me. But that was, all the seeding kind of nonsense and some kind of destiny that we might have, in the stars of some kind. Yeah, I was definitely into that.
Yeah, horoscopes were always fun to read until one day I read my horoscope and I was like, yeah, no, that sounds like me. And then I read like the next one and I was like, hey, that kind of sounds like me too. Then I kept reading them and I was like, yo, I kind of feel really good at all of these. Like, and then like that was when I realized that they're pretty much all written pretty vague, and if you really want to, you can apply it to yourself no matter what, you know?
Yeah, probably. Especially if you're focused on whatever your month or gemstone or whatever the heck it is that you're focused on, you're gonna try a little bit harder. Be like, yeah, I probably am a little bit of it. But I mean, if it's something really specific, then I wouldn't take that as coincidence. Say you're into like a specific activity and one of those horoscope things mentions it, that'd be something.
Yeah. Yo, oh wait, here's one for you guys. I heard a theory today about like the map, right? How that it's actually like backwards, and that the north should actually be on the outside and the south should be on the inside. And then, dude brings up scripture, right? In Isaiah, where it actually says the sides of the north, okay? Which kind of doesn't make sense if it's in the middle, because when you read the word used for sides and then you like pull it up in like a concordance or something, right? Or
Yeah.
in my interlinear Bible, right? It here. Let me pull up the word. Here we go. It's Yarok, right? And well, okay, so and this is actually like the root word is Yarok, and it means like thigh, side, loin, base, the outside of the thigh where a sword is worn. And then the word that's actually used in the passage for side means flank, side, extreme parts, recess, side, or recesses dual. Let's see. 21 times it's used as coast, like a coast to a river or something, right? Or this.
Or an island.
3 times it's used as parts. 2 times it's used as border. 1 time it's used as quarters. Just something interesting to think about.
Yeah,
You know?
I think that if you put the north in the center and the south in a ring around the outside, or switch the south in the center and the north around the outside, they're both about the same. I mean they work about the same, especially if you're in the southern hemisphere, like in New Zealand or whatever.
So, like, that would mean that the North Star actually isn't the North Star.
Yeah,
yeah.
direction in general gets a little screwy in these discords, especially this one. Direction's an interesting thing.
Oh, dude, earlier, what's his name? Starts with a C. Kike or something like that, right? With
Like,
yeah,
Oh no.
shit, I don't know, dude. His avatar is a fucking like a weird like happy face kind of thing or something.
I think I heard someone call him Chikey. I don't know.
Or something like that, right? Well, either way, he was on here earlier talking, and he's talking to Jeremy, and Jeremy was asking him about like when we're looking at something and we're trying to like see like the horizon, and we're trying to see like where it's at on the horizon, right? Like, do we draw a straight line? And dude goes, yeah. And then so Jeremy was like, well, then so like we can't like, use like refraction, right? And he goes, no, there's refraction. He goes, so then it's not a straight line, then, right? Because like if you're saying something's bending, then you can't say it's a straight line, right? Like that doesn't make any like because the whole point of the whole refraction thing is that it's actually you're actually seeing it being like projected over their freaking curve, pretty much, right? With refraction, because it's supposed to cause like a lensing effect or a mirror effect to where like so the light has to be bending. So if you shoot a laser out there, it's gonna bend at some point. No, with refraction,
Right, because a laser is just light.
right? Like so, if there is refraction and you shoot a laser out there in a straight line, it's gonna bend. If it is refraction, if it is being caused by that's what you're seeing.
Right, but I mean that depends on humidity and temperature and all kinds of. It's hard to predict.
You see, that's why I like the time lapse videos, not just where people go out and take a picture and they're like, "Oh, look at the picture." Well, no, a picture can literally tell you anything at a different time of day, at a different time of the year. You know, like different weather conditions. I like the time lapse where it'll show like 6 hours of video or something like that, and it speeds through, and you can seriously see like the horizon like flex almost because of the light bending on the water, you know, or uh, not even on the water, just because of the atmosphere, depending on like the moisture in the air, how clear of a day it is, how much it clears up during the time lapse. Like none of the Globers have come forward with any of that. I can show them a couple of videos where you see it completely change throughout the day.
Yeah, I posted the Skunk Bay video at 50 minutes past the hour just now.
Right? That's one of the great videos of it that shows completely what we're talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, so I would say you can't really tell a whole lot by looking at the horizon, just because it is turbulent throughout the day, and it's hard to tell what's going on.
right? It's completely ever changing.
Right, and besides, when you're zoomed in so much, those are just like tiny amounts. I mean, if light curves even 0.03 degrees per mile, that would be enough to make it indistinguishable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, okay, so we actually ran some tests at a couple different places. One was the Salton Sea, where we shot lasers across. One was Monterey Bay, where it was what, like, I don't know, 14 or like 15 miles away or something like that, or maybe 13 and a half, I forget. Anywhere from 13 to 15 miles away, right? But there should have been some kind of like noticeable curve. Like, should have been like feet under where we were looking at each other, or not looking at each other with the camera or anything, but we were using giant mirrors at the water on the beach on both sides, flashing them at each other and seeing them across over 13 miles. Dude, there was absolutely no curvature at all. And it wasn't refraction, because those mirrors and that laser is line of sight, you know?
Well,
Like,
yeah. So refraction would change the line of sight, though, and make it a curved line, even if it refracts even 0.03 degrees per mile, for example. So it's hard to tell if it was a perfectly straight line or if it was refracted a little.
well, okay, so here's an idea with a laser, right?
Yeah, same
You know
thing.
how,
Laser is just light.
no, I get that. But if it was bending at all, right? And there was a deviation, like it curving downwards, okay? Um, you know how you can see like when you get a laser pointed at you, how you can see like a perfect dot, right?
I guess it depends on. Yeah, I know what you mean. Depends on how much the laser spreads out, but yeah, that's what it looks like.
Well, like even when if it spreads out when it's at you, right? For you to be able to see that dot, you have to be looking at where that laser is coming out, right?
There has to be a path from that laser to your eye. Yes.
We were seeing that across like 10 miles, 13 miles. I forget how far they went when they actually went to the salt flats, because I didn't get to go with them when they went to the salt flats.
Right, but I'm
But
saying that you don't know if the line from that laser to your eye was perfectly straight or if it had a curve to it. That's the thing that refraction will do. I mean, same thing if you wear glasses. like if you're looking at something, then you lower your glasses a little bit, and you can kind of see it above your glasses, and then also through your glasses. You can see that there's two different paths of light to your eye for some objects. And that's how glasses work, right? Glasses work with refraction.
True. Yeah, my bad. I got stuck looking something up real quick. Yo, what's up, Riggs?